Hello, good afternoon. How are you doing today? I hope you are fine and everything is good. Can you confirm if you can actually hear my voice and listen to me correctly? Can you confirm on the chats if you can hear my voice? Okay, I got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can hear you clearly but can't see you. Maybe, I don't know, we can check the. Hello, good afternoon. We can check the streaming quality. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's start joining the stream, and we should be ready in just starting in just 5 minutes. Please tell your fellow friends in the chat and also in Telegram group to start joining the training, the presentation, and also for your fellow group members also, as well, please go ahead and remind them. Okay, I can see most of you have joined, but still there are a lot of students remaining. But to use our time effectively, we shall start our presentation. Um, so groups who are ready, please tell us, and I'm going to share the StreamYard link in all of the chats, so you might be joining us. There you go. I have sent you the StreamYard link in all the places. So please go ahead and join the StreamYard. And who would like to be the presenter at the moment, please go ahead and say your name and your group number so that you're going to present. I've added you to the stage. Maybe as well. Some of you are saying you can't hear me. Is it the case for only uh, this person, or can you hear me? Others, can you please confirm if you can hear me?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but I
Okay,
can't see your screen. Which
okay,
you can you share your screen?
okay.
So for the next presenter, also thank you for confirming that because because you can hear me. Thank you. I think it might be your connection. Please check the person who said you can't hear me.
Can you see my
Yeah,
PowerPoint?
I added your screen. Please make it full screen, and then you can start your presentation. It's interesting to
Okay,
listen to FIFA World Cup. Interesting,
okay,
actually.
okay.
Okay, over to
So
you.
my name is Cincinnati and I'm from Group 8. And our
I'm sorry
project,
to stop you, but your screen is not on full screen mode. Can you do that?
I actually did that. Wait.
I'm not sure if you are using two screens.
What about now?
Still the same thing. You're maybe on 50%. I don't know. That shouldn't affect. Can you click on the thing that's next to the 50%? That white screen.
Okay, okay. Uh, okay.
Yeah,
This one?
that was supposed to be. Can you check the drop down button next to the play button that you've clicked? There is a drop down button next to the play button. The play
Okay,
button
yeah.
that, yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
maybe there are options.
What about?
Maybe the problem is coming from how you're sharing it. Can you stop sharing and maybe share your entire screen because
Okay.
the full screen mode is showing elsewhere? Okay, I've added you to the stage.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, okay.
Okay, you
Uh,
can now.
so my name is Cincinnati and I'm from Group 8. and our project title is FIFA World Cup Data Analysis. And we chose this topic because we currently are on a FIFA World Cup season, and it's fun and good for to know anything. And we will look at how the tournament has changed from the very first game up until today. And we used Python libraries like Panda and NumPy to analyze and visualize the data. And let's start with the basic facts. Between 1930 and 2022, there have been 22 World Cup tournaments, and in that time, players scored 2,720 goals, and nearly 44 million fans have gone to the stadium to watch the final game live. And on average, we see about 3 goals in every single match. And also, Brazil is the most successful country in history. And next, we see this chart. This chart shows the total number of goals scored in each tournament. As you can see, the line goes up over the year. In early days, the tournament had fewer than 100 goals, but recently the number has jumped to over 160 goals because more teams and clubs are playing more matches now. And the next, however, look at this next chart. This is the average number of goals per match. This line actually goes down over time. In 90s, 30s, and 50s, a game had a lot of goals, but sometimes more than 4 or 5 games per match. Today, modern football is much more tactical, team focused heavily on defense and strategy. If you guys watch La Liga and Premier League, there are clubs like Arsenal and Atletico Madrid who use this kind of strategy, which football fans call it like haram ball, and we usually see like between 2 and 3 goals per game now. And here we see who wins the World Cup, and this chart shows that the only few countries dominate the tournament. We can see here Brazil has 5 World Cup, and Italy, Germany, and Argentina are right behind them, and just 5 or 6 traditional countries hold almost all the title in football history, and it is very hard for new countries to win. And here we can see how the World Cup finals are decided. This pie chart shows that 68% of finals are decided in regular time, but the others are full of dramas, and 80% teams have to play extra time, and 40% of finals are so close they have to decide it by a stressful penalty shootout. As an example, we can see the last World Cup final, Argentina versus France. It was full of drama, and we can decide it under a regular time. And here it is a distribution among champions. This chart shows how World Cup titles are shared among different countries, and we can clearly see few countries have won most of the championship. And here the scatter plot compares the number of goals with the number of spectators, and it helps us see whether the tournaments with more fans also had more goals. But there is no perfect relationship, but it gives us another way to understand the data. The next one is here. We use the violin plot. This graph shows how goals were distributed across different decades. Some decades had higher scoring than the other. It helps us compare football style over time. Here, the key insight. Finals are, these are our main findings. Goals per match have slowly decreased. Brazil is the most successful team. Many finals are very close and need extra time or penalties, and attendance has increased over the year. And the FIFA World Cup has grown from 30 teams in the 1930 to 32 teams. It will be expanded to 48 teams. And yeah, this is our project, and thank you so much. Okay, I finished my presentation.
Yes. This is a very interesting subject, and you have explained it very beautifully. So yeah, I didn't even know West Germany won so many World Cups. Thanks for that. Yeah, so great project, great insights overall. But one thing I would comment is on the amount of goals over the years. It would have been interesting to see which countries scored the most in there were spikes. I don't know in some areas. I assume it's Brazil, but I would have liked to see which countries exactly caused the spikes. But aside from that, interesting data, interesting project, and yeah, great work.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Sina, Sin.
It's
How can I pronounce it? Yeah,
Cincinnati.
Sansani.
Yeah, I'm from Hawassa, Ethiopia.
How was Ethiopia? May I know what actually Sansani means?
It means Navkot.
Of course, really. Okay. So for the English speakers, Nafkot means missing someone. Yeah. Interesting presentation. I really liked it. It's one of the trending areas to do data analytics as the football industry, the sport industry is quite growing, and a lot of decisions are being made by football, analysts, and it's quite a heavy data analysis that they do. Every game ends with a terabytes of analysis data, and I'm happy that you guys are starting to practice this, and it's a hundreds of $1 million industry that is quite growing in the analysis of football. Yeah, so it's a presentation that I really enjoyed. Thank you, Sinasin and the team. If anyone have words to say to this presentation and comment, you might as well write it down in the chat section. Until then, if you have nothing to say, I'm going to put you off screen. So, Sina, I think your group is group 8, right? Your group 8, right? Sina Sin. You're on mute if you're probably speaking. Hello, Sinasin. Yeah, okay. Thank you. So I've put you on stage, Wangu. Wangu, you're on
Okay.
stage.
Okay.
Can
Good
you
day.
hear
Am I
us?
audible? Yeah, I
Yeah,
can.
you're
Am I audible?
audible.
Okay.
Yes, you are. Can you make your screen full screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. You can go on now.
All right. Good day. This is Wangu Ketia from Group 7, presenting on global AI job market and salary trends in 2025. So, how are AI job postings distributed across different industries? We can see from our data in our chart here that retail contains the highest job postings, while education contains the fewest. However, yes. So then overall, there's a relative small difference between industries, indicating that AI skills are in demand across every sector of the economy, as we can see from our chart right here. Then next, we can see from our second chart here that from our second chart here, we explored titles offering the highest and the lowest average salaries in 2025. We can see here that AI specialists offered the highest average salary in 2025, while data analysts were offered the lowest average salary. But then again, there's a narrow difference between the AI salaries, which indicates that AI professionals are highly valued across different specializations. And then from there, we looked at does company size influence employee salaries as well as the benefits. Um, from our data and from our chart, we see that large companies tend to offer higher salaries, while medium and smaller companies also offer competitive salaries. And then from there, we explored which country or how do AI's salaries compare across different countries. We can see without a doubt here that Switzerland offered the highest average salary amongst the countries, while countries like India and China in 2025 offered the lowest AI salaries. Yeah. So with this difference might have been caused by variations in cost of living, demand for AI talent, economic conditions, as well as labor markets. And then from there, we explored the overall distribution of AI salaries. We see that most of AI job opportunities offered salaries between 60,000 to 120,000 US dollars, which, yeah, while there are a few positions with salaries exceeding 300,000, these are uncommon. And then also from our data here, we see that our data is right skewed, indicating that yes, they are high paying AI job salaries, but they are less frequent than those with moderate salaries. And then lastly, we explored the comparison between contract, freelance, part time, as well as full time employment. And from this, we see that the median pay is the same, somewhat the same, regardless of employment type. And then we also see that full time, as you can see here, full time is much more stable, while contract is more volatile. And that is the end of our presentation. Thank you so much.
Likewise, Wongo and the team. Which team are you?
Group 7.
Group 7. That was excellent presentation and also showing to all the students as mostly data analysis is going to move forward into actually in AI, into AI roles. And that's quite interesting to listen to and giving the insights of what potentially students could actually move into. Thank you for that. I'm happy to see that. Even though the roles in AI are not as abundant, but it's fairly paying well. Yeah, that's interesting on my side. Dave, was there anything you want to add?
Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you. It was a very interesting project, and I'm sure relevant to everyone watching because it's current and viral. So one point maybe on your graph there was like price, yeah, salaries versus country, which is a good metric, but it should probably be qualified by like the cost of living or like the purchasing power of that money in that country, right? So because that would have a significant effect on salary as well. But yeah, all in all, great projects, lots of insights. Thank you.
Thank you. So you were group, I keep on forgetting, group 7, right?
Group 7, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, group 7. Well done. So let's
Thank
move on to the next. Yes, were there something you wanted to say? Sorry for interrupting.
you. No, I was just saying thank you.
All right, all right. So I'm going to put Saron on stage as Saron is already ready. Um,
Hello,
yeah,
am I audible?
yeah, you are Saron. You might introduce yourself. which part of Africa or the world that you're in, and then move on to your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Saro. I'm from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I'm here from Group 23. First, I would like to say good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this amazing data analysis training. So our group has been have been working on this data, oil sales price analysis data. We analyzed over 20 years of Western Texas crude oil data, which we imported from the Kaggle website. So our goal of this presentation is to demonstrate how a data analyst can transform a raw and messy data into insightful, predictive, and helpful for the future market momentum data.
I'm
So,
sorry to stop you, Ron, but can you make your
okay,
screen full screen?
it's not full.
Yeah, maybe it's best if it's not doing it, you stop sharing, and then you reshare the whole screen. That way, things are much easier.
Uh, I'm trying to make it full, but
Yeah, you might have to stop the sharing
uh,
and reshare your screen as a whole screen.
how about now? Is it the same or hello? Am I audible?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was on mute. So you're visible in full screen. You might
Okay,
proceed.
okay. So I was talking about the project pipelines we took. So what we did is first we cleaned the data. We began with cleaning the data, and then we transitioned to the explanatory analysis. Then we transitioned to visualizing to map those numbers to the historical context, which I will mention later. And finally, we utilized the data for predictive forecasting. So in the data cleaning, we have faced different challenges. The first is that we, because the data were stored in unsearchable text blocks, we use the Panda datetime function to convert those text blocks into the datetime for chronological orders. Second, we found a suffix k after every number to represent the value. So we stripped off those k's a suffix from the volume, and we rescaled them by multiplying uh, with thousand numbers, and we rescaled them to their true units. Similarly, we found this percentage symbol, uh, and we did the same. We stripped the percentage symbol from change columns and converted them to the numeric. And we also removed rows with missing values. We faced about 11 missing rows with missing values, so we dropped them. And finally, we sorted them into chronologically, and we reset the index. Then once our data was spotless, so we transitioned into exploratory analysis, and on this stage we had the central tendencies, mean, median, minimum, maximum values, and standard deviations, as you can see. And as you can see, the mean is higher than the median. So mathematically, when or statically, when the mean is noticeably higher because of some price deviation in the price market and the market. When the mean is higher than the median, we expect the graph to be right skewed. So we expect the histogram to be right skewed. So um, as you can see right here, it was flat, about 14 to 25 USD range, and for a long time it stayed like that. But the as you can see on the histogram, the price has gone to around 77 USDs, and this happened because of different regime and historical events, and we will see that. And we also tried to develop correlations, and uh, we also have tried to see extreme moves. So on the extreme move, we found that the last single day drop happened on January 17, 1991. This is because of an operation called the Desert Storm. So on this day, on January 17, there was a huge market price drop. And on the correlations, we found the correlation of 0.67. So this correlation shows that as the oil gets more expensive, trading activity also grew alongside it, because more people want to buy and want to trade it. So the correlation shows a positive relation. Here is also a line graph for the volatility, how the price has been changing per barrel over the years. So as you see, the price have uh, spiked big on around 1990s because of the Gulf War spike event. So the price was around 41 USDs, and in between 1997 and 1998, because of the Asian crisis, the price has been dragged to around 10 USD, as you can see on the line graph. And also on 2003, a recent event of the Iraq War has made multi-year climbs. And this is the yearly price volatility graph, which shows the volatility, the high and low speed of the market, the price over the years. And also we tried to make a predictive forecast uh, depending upon the data of the past 5 years. We tried to make predictive or forecasting. So we used the past 5 years data, and we made a forecast of a price for the years 2007, 2008, 9, and 10. As you can see, it forecasted about 76 to USDs to be on 2007, and on 2008, $87, on 2009, $98, and also on 2010 about $108. So, but we have to notice this is a short window linear trend, and it's highly sensitive to the base data or the base period, and it doesn't have to we don't have to take it for a shock, just treat it as a directional estimate, not a perfect prediction. So these are our key takeaways. So we have we have concluded, or we have taken that the Western Texas Intermediate crude has relatively flat range between 14 USD and 14 to 25 USD for 13 years. It was flat, but uh, because of a certain events, it has climbed to about 66 USDs in 2006, and volatility cluster around the geopolitical shock because of the Gulf War in 1990 and 91 has produced the single largest daily move, which is about 33% drop in the data set. And we have also seen a correlation of 0.67, as I said before, suggesting that there's more market participation and more tradings alongside the price level. So a simple trend model project continued upward to the momentum in 2010. But as I said earlier, this shouldn't be predictive, should be read as directional. Thank you.
Thank you, Saron, for the great insight and presentation. It's actually um, very important to do crude oil analysis um, on crude oil and crude oil analysis. Uh, it could also you could also advance your project as it is for the class. It's very good. Uh, but I really am curious to see if you could also connect this to the news and what's happening around the world. I also saw that the predictions that you've done. What kind of model have you used? Maybe if I missed, I'm not sure as you're presenting. What type of model have you used for the prediction?
For the forecasting, we use the baseline data of the past 5 years. So we used that, and we also used
You also used what? Hello, you're on mute probably. So the thing is, um, as you start to include predictions, it's also vital for these kinds of financial markets to include the news and what the events that are occurring around the world, because those events are the ones who are strongly moving the market. So, for example, the crude oil value of price per gallon have increased extremely than ever in these couple of 6 months. This is due to the Iran war, and this increase shall be connected with sentiment of the war. So connecting price movements with news sentiment is something very critical, and that way maybe your prediction can be more realistic. I understand for this class we haven't learned about predictions or machine learning models or any language learning models to do your sentiment, but you might as well try to extend your projects towards that. That's my comment. Beyond that, I really appreciate your effort and a lot of graphs, quite interesting real world movements of crude oil, which is fundamentally the heart of every industries that we know. I mean, mostly towards now, but towards the future is translating into electricity. Yeah, that's on my side. Maybe I'm going to pass it to Dave. If you have a few words to say.
Thank you, Saron. It was a very interesting project. Actually, the part I really enjoyed was that you mentioned cleaning up the data and just aligning it in such a way that you can use it. So usually in big data, it's in every kind of format. So that is a very necessary step. Also, there is nothing in the data set that would tell you like there's a steady spike since 2003 because of the Iraq War. So I think that's also what the tool was discussing. You have to get some insights from the news, right? And that is what you get. So yeah, thank you. It was great to watch.
Okay, thank you. So we can move on to the next group unless there are things you would like to say, Saron.
Okay, am I audible? Hello?
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay, so I would like to say thank you for all of you. So also for the group members, everyone has done their parts, and also about what you mentioned on the uh, forecasting or predicting. Uh, so we have utilized different tools, and also even though we haven't learned about it, so different members have participated in it, and we used different skills and knowledge regarding it. I just want to say thank you for everyone, and thank you.
Thank you, Saron. Thank you. I keep on forgetting your group members. Can you tell me which group
20,
you are?
group 23.
Oh, yeah, 23. Okay, I've written. Thank you. Thank you, Saron. I'm going to put you off stage. So group 10, who is this? Can you please go ahead and explain yourself? Explain which part of the world that you're actually taking part in this training, and also, yeah, move on to your presentation after all.
Can you
But
hear me?
yeah, we can also make sure that you have
Hello?
the slides at full screen.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we could. We can hear you. We can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, you
I'm
can
not
hear
sure.
me?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think there's a
Okay,
delay.
let me just maximize my screen. Uh,
So to make it full screen,
okay, is there still feedback? Oh my gosh. Can you still hear me?
yeah, we can hear you, but I think there's a delay, so you might be a bit patient. You might need to be a bit patient on the voice. Make a full screen presentation, and then you can go on.
Okay, I'm not sure which screen to mute. I should mute the YouTube and be on StreamYard, right?
You're on screen. We can hear
Okay.
you. You're visible and everything.
Okay, let me start. So good afternoon. My name is Makanana Lailin Shankanyani, and I'm from Group 10. And I'll be representing my group. So our presentation focuses on analyzing airline customer data to understand customer behavior, revenue patterns, and loyalty, with the aim of generating business insights that can support decision making. The reason we chose this data set rather, or this project, was because we looked at ourselves and we wanted a topic or project that will prepare ourselves for future employment should we or be based in corporate environments. So we wanted something that we can actually use in corporate environments and provide solutions to companies. Okay. So the dataset contains airline customer information, including customer demographics, membership tiers, travel behavior, revenue, and loyalty points. The purpose of this project, again, was to analyze this data to identify customer trends and generate business insights that can support better decision making. Through our analysis, we aimed to understand who the airlines customers are, how they travel, which customers contribute the most revenue, and how customer loyalty can be improved. Now, for the data cleaning, for the data cleaning, this is the slide, this is the part where before the analysis of the data, we first ensured that the data was cleaned and reliable. We checked for missing values. We verified the data types and confirmed that there were no duplicate records. Missing categorical values were replaced with unknown to avoid making assumptions about missing information, while the numerical values were replaced with the median to preserve the overall distribution of the data. And then finally, we converted the date columns into the correct date time format. This processing steps ensured that our analysis was based on accurate and consistent data. Now, moving over to the demographics and the revenue contribution analysis. This chart shows the relationship between customer demographics, revenue contribution across membership tiers. We observed that 4-tier customers contributed highest overall revenue, particularly male customers, although tier 5 and tier 6 customers contribute less total revenue because there are fewer of them. They remain valuable customer segments. And also, based off on these findings, we then recommended that the airline continues to retain tier 4 customers while also developing targeted strategies to increase engagement among female customers and encourage higher spending across the upper membership tiers, just as you can see here on our chart that represents gender and the membership tiers. Then we moved over to the age distribution analysis, and then this graph illustrates the age distribution of airline customers. We found that the majority of customers fall between the ages of approximately 30 and 55 years, with the highest concentration between 35 and 45 years. This indicates that the airline's primary customer base consists of working age adults. And then based off on these insights, the airline should continue developing products and marketing campaigns aimed at this demographic while also introducing initiatives to attract younger travelers and expand its customer base. And that is the recommendation that we proposed or that we are proposing to the company. Now, moving over to the membership increment by year or analysis. This graph here shows the number of new loyalty program membership over time between 2004 and 2012. Membership increased significantly, indicating successful customer acquisition. We also observed a slight decline around 2009, which may be associated with global economic conditions. However, the most notable findings in the sharp decline in the new membership during 2013, just as you can see on the graph. And then this suggests that the airline should investigate possible causes, such as maybe they had changes in the business strategy, or maybe there's increased competition, or there are operational factors, and implement targeted marketing campaigns to encourage new enrollment. Now, we also had an analysis on where do we get our where does the company get its most revenue, and then we created this analysis, which is a graph that highlights the top 4 cities contributing the largest number of airline customers. Since most of our customers originate from China, it is then expected the leading cities are also located in China. Guangzhou contributes the highest number of customers, followed by Beijing, Shanghai, etc. These cities represent key markets for our airline and should remain a priority for customer retention, service improvement, and future marketing investments. Now, moving over to customer loyalty analysis. And this violin plot here illustrates the relationship between customer age and loyalty duration. We observed that customer loyalty generally increases with age, suggesting that older customers tend to remain with the airline for longer periods, while younger customers demonstrate shorter and less consistent loyalty. We then recommended that to improve the customer retention, we recommend that introducing personalized rewards, flexible loyalty benefits, and digital engagement initiatives specifically targeted at younger travelers while continuing to recognize and reward long term customers. Now to our key findings and recommendation, which is the overall what we have learned about our analysis or this project. We have learned that most of our customers belong to tier 4. The tier 4 contributes the largest share of the total values. Most of our customers are aged between 30 and 55, which I have mentioned before. China represents the airline's largest customer. I've also mentioned this. And then our final recommendation is that the airline should focus on retaining high value customers, strengthening engagement among young travelers, and diversifying its customer base geographically to support long term growth. Now, to my conclusion, our analysis provided valuable insights into airline customer behavior, revenue generation, and loyalty. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay. So it's quite interesting presentation. Thank you for Group 10 for realizing this into the presentation of the understanding of business in the airlines and how things are. And I was actually surprised to understand that a lot of customers are actually being royal whenever as they go older. It makes a lot of sense,
Yes,
doesn't it? Yeah, because when people get old, they're not quite dynamic as they used to be, and they
when
would
they were
stick up.
younger.
Yeah, they would stick up with what they're already comfortable, and they believe that
Yes,
science is much better. And data analysis puts in the truths just in front of us if we've done the analysis correctly. And thank you for that, Group 10, as you've added new knowledge to everyone else here. And also, we saw that there's a lot of the shares of the flights are coming from Guangzhou, Shanghai, Beijing, which is quite a trade area, right?
yes.
Um, Interesting. It was interesting as I keep on hearing on this. So that's on my side. Thank you, Group 10.
Oh,
Dave, I'll
also I'm
pass.
from South Africa.
Oh, South Africa. You never told
Yes.
us though.
I'm
So I
sorry,
think
but
this
I
is
just noticed that we are few. South Africans are
yeah,
few.
yeah.
Yeah.
South African students are actually a bit few. Um, Quite interesting. Which city are you from?
I am from Limpopo, but I'm currently in Johannesburg, Gauteng. Johannesburg.
Oh, oh,
Yes.
sorry. Are you a student?
Yes, I am.
A university student?
Yes, I'm doing my honors in data science. So I just was interested in this also because it was more like a global opportunity. So that's why I took a chance at it.
That's interesting. Well, but I haven't heard you well when you said um, the your studies.
Oh, I'm doing honors, like fourth year in data science.
Oh, data science.
Yes. Yeah.
Uh, which year are you?
I'm doing honors, but my undergrad was not data science, it was just general IT. So I'm moving more into data science and data analysis.
Oh, interesting. So did this training actually help in any way?
Very much. I loved it. I loved the engagement. It was so informative. I loved it so much.
Oh, that's great. Did you learn new things?
I
Or was
did.
it
I
something?
honestly did. No, I did learn new things because I'm just starting my journey in data, like engineering as it is. So I think I learned some tools that I can equip also in my degree that I can use from this program.
Fabulous. These are the
Yes.
words that make us keep on doing what we're doing, and we're extremely happy that you've learned a lot sitting from South Africa and as we're sitting in Ethiopia. This is the Africa that we want to create, sharing knowledge beyond the borders, and it's really happening, isn't it?
It is. Thank you so much.
Thank you, likewise. So, if there are words anyone would like to say regarding these, you might write it down in the chat section and also in the Telegram group. Um, but for now, we are ending the presentation for uh, group 10 and moving on to the next one. Thank you. Okay, I'm adding Hamza. Um, so Hamza, I don't know which group you are. I can stage you on your presentation, but not your connection. Your what do you say? Your yourself. So can you go ahead and reconnect? It says device is not connected. So I'm going to move on to others. I've had you on stage, Elias.
Okay, sir. Hold on.
So, as usual, you start by introducing yourself, which group you are, and then you can go on.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Elias. I'm representing Group 9. I'm from Botswana. Um, uh, we are focused on the sleep and health lifestyle analysis. Our data set had a total of 374 individuals, which we tracked, and 41% of the 374 was diagnosed with some sort of sleep disorder. Um, we were looking at a data set from Cuddle. It's called Sleep and Health Data Analysis. The data set featured about 13 variables, which we could group into about four metrics, four stuff, demographics, health metrics, and lifestyle. Um, our target was the sleep disorders, and there were three of them. There were those without any sleep disorder, those with insomnia, and those with sleep apnea. Um, Out of the 374, only 219 did not have any type of sleep disorder. So before we dived deep into our data set, we had to clean it first. And the first cleaning we did was we cleaned the body mass index category by consolidating the normal and the normal weight together to produce one thing which we called normal weight. And we standardized the column names with underscores for consistency. We also found out that the sleep disorder column had 219 missing data. And when we dived deep into the data, we found out that it was because those were the people without any sleep disorder. And then after we did that, we dived deep into the data set. The four charts here represent how sleep disorder is distributed according to the demographics. As you can see how it is spread, 20.9% have sleep apnea and 20.6% have insomnia. If we're looking at the numbers, that's 78 and 77 respectively. Also, the other three charts, they show how it is distributed across gender. We have the female and males, and as you can see, most females are affected by sleep apnea and males affected mostly by insomnia. And we went on to the sleep order by occupation, and we found out that most affected occupations are nurses, sales representative, soft and teachers. Nurses mostly affected by sleep apnea. And we went on to the sleep disorder by body mass index category. As you can see, the most affected are the obese and the overweight. Those with normal weight are pretty much, most of them don't have any sleeping disorder. And yes, we went on to check the sleeping disorder by demographics as we were diving deeper to seeing how the sleep disorders are distributed according to the data set. We grouped by age, by gender, and by occupation. I already spoke about gender and occupation, and so in this part we've mainly focused on the age, and we found out that the most affected age group was between 40 and 59, and the most affected gender was female, and they were mostly affected by sleep apnea. And then we went on to our third slide, which is sleep duration analysis. How long they sleep, basically that is it. And we found out that those with apnea sleep around 7.05 hours, and those with no sleeping disorder sleep around 7.4 hours, and those with insomnia sleep for around 6.6 hours. And yes, we moved on to the sleep duration versus stress level. As we go to the right, the stress gets, basically the person is highly stressed. And then on the other side, it's sleep duration. Those who have high levels of stress don't sleep really well. Most of them have apnea, sleep apnea, or insomnia, as the chart says so. And then we went on to check sleeping quality. So the higher the sleeping quality means you're getting better sleep quality and you're enjoying it better. And then, as you can see, those with high levels of stress get really low sleeping quality, and those with low levels of stress have very good sleeping quality. And then we went on to comparing how this sleeping quality is distributed accordingly between males and females, including in stress. And then we found out that most females are stressed. According to the data we had, most females are stressed, and their sleeping quality is very low as compared to males. And so now, what does the data tell us? The data tells us that quality of sleep less than 6 over 10 indicates high risk of disorder. High stress levels above 7 over 8 strongly correlate with disorder. And the most affected group is the middle age, which is between 40 and 59. The obese and overweight body mass index show very high disorder rates, and sleep duration less than 6.5 is strongly associated with disorder, with higher disorder rates. And our recommendations from the data set are that there should be workplace interventions, there should be flexible work schedules so that individuals get better sleep, especially focused on the nurses and the salespersons. Also, workplace should implement stress management programs to reduce the levels of stress, ultimately leading to better sleep and better quality of sleep. Lifestyle changes should also be implemented by individuals. They should target to at least sleep a minimum of 7 hours, maximum around 8 hours, and they should also engage in regular physical activities. They should also take in health management. They should maintain a healthy body mass index by dieting and exercising. And those who can't keep up, they should go for regular checkups for early detection. And there is one more. I think the high risk groups should be targeted, and these high risk groups are those with an overweight body mass or obese people, and additional support should be provided to the high risk occupations. Thank you. That was all from Group 9.
Thank you, Group 9, Elias, and the team for presenting about sleep quality and what's actually affecting. I was actually sad to hear that teachers also have a challenge of sleep quality decrease. Uh, I might have to look into this very well. Thank you for giving us all the insights. Stress is quite impacting the sleep quality that we have, and the small things that we think are small are not actually small, and that's amazing. Thank you. Which country are you from?
You're welcome. I'm from Botswana.
Botswana. Okay. So thank you for this. As we move on to the next presentation, here's what we're going to do. So you might take a screenshot of any of the presentation. Maybe you for just starting in one of the trainings, you can take a screenshot of the presentations or anything, and then maybe your setup, your computer screenshot, and let's start sharing this between groups. For example, the previous presenter, I forgot your name, from South Africa. We would like to have more South Africans joining here and more Kenyans, more Rwandans, more people to join us. So I would like you to share the progress that you are having as day 4 in any of your preferred social media. As you post, make sure that you tag Infnova Technologies, Ledatu Tadessa, and David Samuel. I'm going to send you the names in the chat as the presentation goes on. So yeah, this is a little request from Infnova social media. Thank you, guys. Okay, I'm going to keep on watching the social media as you present. Okay, I am putting Pizmal. Can you hear me? Yeah, I can. I'm going to put your presentation also on stage. I'm putting it on stage, but I'm not able to see it. I don't know why. You could.
It's on stage. You can go.
It's on stage. Where is it?
Can I continue, sir?
Yes, please do. Hello, can you hear me out there? Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, sir.
Okay, thank you. Uh, so please go ahead with your presentation. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your group and your project first, and then go ahead with the presentation, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Pumzile Kata from Botswana, and I am from Group 4, and our project is on visualizing stroke risk factors. We chose stroke because, according to the World Health Organization, it's a major risk health. So we used healthcare data to uncover patterns and insights. The tools behind this work includes pandas and NiMP for data handling and Motlib Seaborn for visualization. This dataset has 5,110 patient records and 11 variables, including age, gender, hypertension, heart disease, smoking, BMI, glucose level, work type, residence type, and stroke outcome. And we explored it using pandas and NiMP to summarize and clean the data. Distribution of stroke cases. Most patients do not experience a stroke, and stroke cases are a small proportion. This shows an imbalance because the positive cases are only 5% and the negative cases are 95%. Age distribution. Age is a critical factor. Most patients are middle-aged or older adults. Majority of patients are middle-aged, 40 to 60 years, and older adults, which are 60 plus years. And stroke occurrence increases significantly with age. Average glucose level by stroke status. Stroke patients have higher glucose levels and non-stroke patients have lower average glucose levels. Smoking status versus stroke. Stroke cases occur across all smoking categories. Never smoked, largest group, former smokers, moderate proportion, current smokers, smaller group, but present in stroke cases. Age versus average glucose level. Combining age and glucose reveals deeper patterns. Older patients with higher glucose are more likely to have strokes. We used seaborne scatter plots with stroke as a hue and tested predictive power with regression models. Recommendations. Our findings suggest that regular screening for high-risk individuals, promoting healthy lifestyle interventions, using data visualization for evidence-based decision, and we validated associations with stats models, statistical tests, and predictive modeling. In conclusion, age and glucose level are strongly associated with stroke occurrence. Visualization tools like Matplotlib and Seaborn helped us uncover patterns and communicate findings clearly. The greatest value of a picture is when it forces us to notice what we never expected to see. Jean Taki. This captures the essence of why visualization matters. Thank you.
Thank you, group 4 and Poms. I'm sorry, but can you say your name again?
Pomzile.
Pomzile. Which
Yes,
country are you from?
I'm from Botswana.
Botswana, right. Which city?
Gaborone.
Gaborone, central. I mean the capital city.
Yes.
Interesting. Um, uh, it's I'm listening to a lot of health related analysis, and as this training is analysis, but also a lot of mentions and strong data based recommendations that you're giving us based on social media, based on um, sleep quality, and also your team. It's quite interesting to actually listen to this. Thank you for all the effort and the good works in this. Um, so, if there is any more thing you'd like to say, Dave?
No, sir, there is nothing I would like to say. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And I've enjoyed that training, and speaking for the rest of my group that also have enjoyed that training.
Great. Was there anyone in your group from other parts of Africa beyond Botswana?
Yes,
Which countries?
I'm not sure, but I think there's a South African in in my group, and also the other ones I don't know which countries they were from.
Okay. Then you can now start chatting. My question was just because we keep on mixing African students from different parts of Africa so that to create a connection. Yeah, thank you, Group 4, and all the team members for the great presentation and also the great insights and visualizations that you've done. Thank you. We might now move on to the next presentation. I'm putting you off stage. So we have group 13. Group 13, you're on stage. As you get ready, making your screen full. Just to remind you again, the you can take any screenshots of the analysis, or you might as well take a screenshot of your computer opening up your work, or any of the things that you'd like to do, and share it in your any of your preferred social media. It could be in LinkedIn, it could be on Instagram, it could be on Facebook, it could be on Twitter. But as you do, as we would like to see what you're sharing, uh, please make sure to tag Infnova Technologies. You might find it in any of the mentioned social medias. So you just say at Infnova. It would be great if you can share on LinkedIn, as it is a professional sharing, professional experience sharing place. There, all you have to do is just write Infnova and you would find it as the top. Yeah, so the social media team would be interacting with what you have said, and this way we can grow into a bigger community, right? When everyone posts in their community, then their community would be seeing and everything. So we have a even bigger communities to support one another. So as we have a lot of programs and initiatives that we'd like to do in Africa, in person also, maybe we'd start moving around Africa to do this. So for this to grow, then also we need your contribution in sharing to different groups and fellow learners in the social media. Make sure that you tag us. Okay, over to you, group 13. You can start presenting, but your screen is still not full screen. And as well, we cannot hear you. Hello? Hello, could you hear us? Can you hear us? Hello? Group 13, can you hear us? You are on off mute, but I think if you're plugged into to an earphone, please unplug it and maybe you can try. Yeah? Yeah, also a permission on your browser. Give a permission on your browser for presentation of sharing of video and audio.
Hello. 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 But my mic, yeah, and I don't know what's happening. Hello. Hello.
I can hear you.
Hello.
Audible.
Am I
Hello.
audible?
You are.
Oh my God. I've been trying and trying. I don't know what was happening. I'm so sorry about that.
Don't worry, don't stress. It's all right.
I'm really sorry.
It's okay. Can you make your screen full screen?
I'm
Your
trying that.
presentation.
Share screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Share the whole screen.
The whole screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm which okay, oh my God. I'm trying to I thought I did share. On my side it's showing that it's sharing, but I don't know what's happening. Is it sharing that side?
Hold on.
Is it not on?
I cannot see your. Which one? This. Okay, we can see you now.
You can see me.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just. I think it wants me to. Okay.
Dave, I'm not sure we can see you. Yeah.
It's saying it's processing. I don't know what's happening because on my side I can see this the slideshow and it's showing that it's sharing, so I don't know what could be the problem.
No, I'm not sure. As you try and figure that out, I'm going to bring on Karabo.
Okay, there it is. Is it showing? Sorry.
It is not.
It is.
It is? Where is it?
On my side, it's showing.
Is this QS World University ranking? I don't think that's
No, it's the blue one. Maybe is it because you put another student?
person.
I don't know.
Okay, let me try and remove that.
It's not showing.
It's your connection.
Okay. Is it, yeah. You're visible now. You might proceed. Tell us your group, your which country you are from, and everything.
Most, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Infnova for providing us with this valuable opportunity to participate in this training program. This experience has allowed us to gain practical exposure to data analytics, tools and techniques that are increasingly important in today's data-driven world. For that, in lieu of group 13 as well, we would like to say we are happy because this training has helped us move beyond theoretical concepts and understand how data can be transformed into meaningful information. So thank you so much. Today, I'll be presenting our analysis on student marks using Python for data analytics. Our objective was to investigate factors that may influence academic performance among students. Specifically, we focused on whether study time and the number of courses taken have a relationship with students' final marks. And instead of depending on assumptions or personal opinions, we allowed the data to guide our conclusions through statistical analysis and visualizations. We identified patterns that provided a better understanding of student performance. So please do understand that it's my first time on data analytics and most of the other students and staff. So as we move on, before we conduct analysis, the first and foremost step is to understand the data set because the quality of our conclusions depend on the information we are working with. Our data set consists of information from 100 students. That's the first thing that you see there. Each student represents one observation, meaning each row in the data set is going to provide information about an individual student's academic situation and outcome. Please do bear with me because remember, we are just starting and we are new to this. So I just wanted to explain more on what is happening as we see the slides. The data set contains three main variables. That is, firstly, we have the number of courses taken by each student. This variable helped us understand whether academic workload has any relationship with performance. It allows us to examine whether students taking more courses experience better or poorer results. And then secondly, we have to study time, which represents the number of hours students dedicate to studying. This is an important variable because time invested in learning is often considered a possible factor, influencing academic achievement. And then lastly, we have the final mark, which is our outcome variable. This is the measure we are trying to explain or understand based on the other variables. For this analysis, we defined a mark of 40 as the passing threshold. This classification allowed us to separate students into two groups, that is those who passed and those who did not pass. The marks in our data set range from 5.6 to 55.3. this range immediately tells us that the performance varies significantly among students. However, it also indicates that the overall performance level in the sample is relatively low because many marks fall below the pass requirement. But you understand that as we go through the slides. Understanding the data set before the analysis is essential because it provides context. That's why I was explaining. Without understanding what the variables represent and the limitations, we may misinterpret the results or draw conclusions that the data does not support. So we move on to our process. Our process to analyze the data set, we used Python because it provides powerful tools for handling, processing, and interpreting data efficiently. We use several Python libraries, each serving a specific purpose. That is, Pandas was used for data management. It allowed us to import the data set, organize the information into a structured format, clean data, and then calculate the summary statistics efficiently. And then we have what we call NumPy. NumPy was used for numerical computations, including statistical calculations such as the correlation analysis. I want to believe everybody in the room understands the correlation analysis. And then we have the matplotlib. Sorry, I have a lisp. That's why I can't pronounce other words efficiently. And then we have the Seaborn, were used to create visualizations. Visual representations are very important, by the way, because these allow us to identify trends and patterns more easily than looking at numbers. And then finally, we used the Visual Studio Code, that is the VS Code, as our programming environment where we developed, tested, and debugged our analysis. Python was very suitable for this project because it reduces manual calculations, improves accuracy, saves times, and allows us as future analysts to work with large amounts of information efficiently. And then as we move forward, we had the headline numbers. I remember I did mention these numbers, but the slide represents the key statistics that give us overall understanding of the student performance. The average mark, as I spoke, was 24.4%, which is significantly below the passing requirement of our threshold, which was 40%. This means that on average, students on this database were performing below the expected standard. Out of the 100 students analyzed, only 19 students passed, while 81 students failed. This gives us a pass rate of only 19%, as you see there. Therefore, the next step was not only to identify the level of performance, but also to investigate what factors might explain these results. So we have what we call the study time is the strongest predictor. So this is the most significant finding from our analysis. The correlation between study time and marks was 0.94. I believe in our x-axis, you can see that it's the study time, and then our y-axis were the marks there. So the correlation measures the strength and the direction of the relationship between two variables with values ranging from -1 to +1. To value close to +1, these were indicating a strong positive relationship, therefore a correlation of 0.94. That suggests that students who spend more time studying generally achieve higher marks. This finding indicates that study time is the strongest predictor of academic performance within this data set. However, it is important to interpret this correctly. Correlation does not automatically mean causation. In other words, this results does not provide that increasing study hours alone will always guarantee higher marks. I mean, you can be studying for 24 hours, but if you're not going to use that time efficiently, it's not going to guarantee you that you pass. Therefore, maybe the other factor involved, such as motivation, learning methods, attendance, or academic support. However, the strongest relationship suggests that the study time plays an important role. And as we move forward, we have our average marks by course load there, because the course load also matters. When we examined the number of courses students take, we noticed that students with more courses appeared to perform better. However, we need to analyze this carefully. Taking more courses that does not necessarily cause better marks. As we know, like in the university, we have these things that they call credits. You can't pass a threshold of 21 credits when you're in the University of Botswana. This is because the university is trying to stop that threshold to say you cannot take more than what we believe you can study or you can get in that semester. So that is why we're saying taking more courses does not necessarily cause better marks. The reason is that students taking more courses may also dedicate more time to studying. Therefore, the improvement in marks may actually be linked to study habits rather than the number of courses itself. As an economist, this is very much well because we work with assumptions that, you know, if you do this, it will benefit you. If you do this, it will benefit you. But then at the end of the day, we decided as Group 13 that this demonstrates that the importance of looking beyond surface level relationships and investigating the factors behind the data. And then for our slide 7, where the passes are coming from, that's just a table where we put courses, students, and then the pass rate. This slide examines pass rates according to course load. The results, as you can see, they show that students taking 3, 4, or 5 courses generally had lower pass rates, while students taking 6 or more courses achieved higher pass rates. However, we should not conclude that taking more courses automatically improves academic performance. Like I said, the more likely explanation is that students who manage heavier workloads successfully may have stronger discipline, better time management, and increased study commitment. Therefore, study behavior remains the most important factor influencing success. Please don't get tired, I'm finishing. We have the recommendations based on our findings as Group 13. Several recommendations can be made. Firstly, students should develop consistent study routines because our analysis showed that the study time has the strongest relationship, like I said, with academic performance. And then secondly, institutions can identify students who may be at risk by monitoring study habits and providing support before financial examinations. And then lastly, students should focus on effective time management rather than simply reducing their workload. The number of courses alone does not determine success. However, students manage their time and effort appears to be more important. And as we say, study time predicts marks far more than anything else in the data set. And in our conclusion, I would like to say, to conclude, our analysis demonstrated how Python and data analytics can be used to transform raw information into meaningful insights. The strongest finding from our project is that the study time has the strongest thing. Like I said, although course load shows some relationship with marks, the project highlights the importance of using data-driven approaches when making decisions because evidence allows us to move beyond assumptions and understand the reality behind the numbers. Thank you so much for listening. And as Group 13, we had decided that because Fifi will be traveling to Ethiopia soon, we'll bring you a t-shirt generally linked to your name to say thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. And of course, you will own a very nice t-shirt from Botswana, from, you know, the best athletic world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fifi, for the great presentation and especially the explanation and interpretation regarding these. Especially as an economist, you've been explaining these quite well. You know, I was associating with there is a famous saying in Ethiopia, which is known as ችግር አንበሳን ያወጣል ነው አንበሳህን ያወጣል, which means challenge brings a lion part of you.
Okay.
So I just understood that when someone takes courses more, they tend to be much stronger as they are reaching or challenging themselves to even get their much potential.
True.
And that's the truth that I agree. When people are challenged, usually there's a lot of things they do, which is mostly the case in the human history. And also proving the fact that a lot of effort is always something that really matters. These days, people say you need balance between life, and work. Yes, we do, but finally they end up with the fun part of it getting much weight. As we do need the balance, and also we do need a very strong effort that we need to put in. Ultimately, the amount of effort that you put in
Mm.
is what you can get.
True,
So
true.
thank you for that. And we're very happy because Fifi is about to come to Ethiopia to extend her lessons in the boot camp, and also other international students. If you are willing to come, then you might as well communicate with Fifi, especially if you're a Botswanan student. Then
Yes.
it would be great. You guys can communicate together so that you have a better accommodation and space sharing and
True.
everything. Yeah.
Yes.
So if anyone would like to come, then please contact Fifi. Fifi, you might put your WhatsApp number in the chat so that
No problem at all.
yeah, you can contact her. You might as well have a friend here from Botswana. You can come and not only from Botswana. If you're coming from Liberia or South Africa, this is also the case, or Kenya. So yeah,
True.
thank you, Fifi, and the team.
Thank you
Looking
so
forward
much.
to see you.
I'll be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Um, I'm still getting a message that what times are the summer boot camps being given, the slots of the trainings. So it's been updated on the official site that we've been discussing previously, summer.infnova.tech. The time slots has been already announced. For the online class, it's always in the evenings. We'll be starting off a bit at 6:30 p.m. But everything is written in the international. No, it's written in the 24-hour system, but in the Ethiopian time. Okay, every timing is GMT plus 3. So if you're traveling, make sure that you understand which time slot that you're actually taking part in the training. Yes, so we'll be doing exciting stuffs. And for some of you who are a bit advanced in some of the topics, the way that we're going to proceed is we'll be doing projects for you to fit in doing a lot of portfolios. So we might be going after the second week for you to start doing machine learning portfolio projects. So for the data science also, we'll be updating some of the information that are not included on the site, but there would be uh, machine learning algorithms would be included in the data science class on some of the later parts of the week. Testing your model and also validating your model. Those are some of the important things that you need to know, especially as I saw regression tasks being done previously. And also, we try and see how sentiment analysis would be working because that's something very critical when it comes to data analysis and visualization. Yeah, those are the things I wanted to say. Now we can move on to the next group. Whoever is ready, I'm going to put you on stage. I can see Karabo. Karabo, you're on stage, full screen and ready. Thank you for being ready. Mention your group, which part of the world that you're taking part in this training, and then you can move on. Karabo, you're actually on mute. You're on mute. Hello, Karabo. Maybe if you've plugged a certain mic that's Bluetooth connected headset or a microphone or just plugged in something else, please unplug those
Okay.
and we might be able to hear you. Great. We
Are
can hear
you
you now.
are you able to hear me now?
Yeah. We can hear you.
All
We can
right.
hear you.
Okay. All right. So my name is Karabo Kiabota and I'm here with my classmate Amahela Maforaha. We're from Group 15 and we're going to be presenting on QS World University Rankings, the data analysis of global university performance. This data set is from 2024. Diving straight into our data set, we start off by the overview where we describe our data set. Our data set we sourced it from kaggle.com, just as you had suggested in our previous lessons. And our data set included over 1,400 institutions that were ranked globally, 29 columns covering institutional profile, such as size, focus, age, and 9 weighted performance indicators. It also consisted of variables such as rank, country size, focus, status, etc. We started off by identifying the objectives of our project. We first analyzed the World University Rankings data set. We cleaned and prepared messy real-world data using Python and identify which countries dominate global rankings, as well as testing statistically what factors actually drive overall score. You will later see that way we also paired it with a few data visualizations. Now, I'll first look at the structure. As you can see, it came in a form of raw data where my colleague started off by we first identified the data cleaning challenges from the raw data that was presented. We found that there was a duplicate header row embedded inside the data. The first column name has a BOM artifact from the file encoding. The rank columns contained tie markers and rank ranges. The size, focus, and status are coded with letters instead of readable labels. And the overall score contains a dash for universities ranked below 600. As you can see from the data set there, I don't know if you guys can see that. And moving on to the data cleaning process, we first started off by fixing the BOM artifact in the first column name. That's the syntax for the code that we used. We also dropped the stray header row embedded in the data. We also cleaned the rank columns by removing the equal sign. And that is the output from the data that we used. I'm sure that you guys can see that from the display. My colleague will take over this part.
Afternoon. My name is Amalang. We then started off with, we then moved on to converting the numeric values that had no what do you call it? We just turned them into non values like we did in the previous lessons. And then here shows the output of it. And then we also changed the columns, some of the columns that had short, that were written in short for example, S, M, L, which we found out that they were code for small, medium, large. So we turned them into readable labels and wrote them in full. And then we moved on to handling missing values because we found out there were also missing values in the overall scores. And this is how the output turned out. And then, yeah, I'll take it back to Karabo.
All right. So after that data cleaning process, we ended up deriving our descriptive statistics, meaning the overall score. The bottom representation is the basic math or statistic summary of the key numeric, meaning columns are mean, median, standard deviation, and skewness. On the right, there's the display of the code that we used, and our outcome resulted in our mean being a score of 40.9, median 34.6, and standard deviation of 19.2. The range being 19.8, between 19.8 and 100, and skewness of 1.08. Our interpretation of these results was that most universities cluster at lower scores, with a small group of elite institutions pulling the distribution's average upwards. Now, for our data visualization, we wanted to determine which countries dominate by volume, because as we had stated in our objective, it was to find out the top ranking universities. Our results became United States having a dense population of universities, followed by UK, China, Japan, Germany. From these results, we managed to interpret that the US and UK dominate simply by having the most ranked institutions. We then wanted to find out which countries dominate by quality, which as a result, we found out that it was Hong Kong, Singapore, Switzerland, Netherlands, and Sweden. Our key insight from this was that volume does not equal quality, as smaller systems like Hong Kong and Singapore outperform the US, UK on average score per university. And our top 10 universities globally were MIT, Cambridge, Oxford, Harvard, Stanford, Imperial College London, ETH from Zurich, NUS Singapore, UCL, and UC Berkeley. Our interpretation from this is that MIT, Cambridge, Oxford, Harvard, and Stanford lead. No surprises, but good to confirm, as these are one of the Ivy League institutions globally. And what drives the overall score? From the heat map that we provided there, we can see that our variables on the y-axis are, we chose academic reputation score, employer reputation score, employment outcome score, and overall score. And our variables on the y-axis are academic, the same. We wanted to make a comparison to find out the intent. Okay, in a heat map, the more intense the hue is, that means the higher the value is. Now this resulted that academic reputation carries a higher percentage, with the least being employment outcomes. Therefore, our insight from this is that academic reputation is the single strongest driver of overall ranking. Now, for our conclusion and findings, the data that we have identified, analyzed, put in data viz, we find that the UK and US lead in volume. The UK, US dominate by sheer number of ranked institutions, not necessarily by quality. Together, they account for 19% of all ranked institutions and dominate the global 10. Scale matters. University size significantly affects score. Bigger institutions tend to have a higher average overall. And lastly, academic reputation is the strongest statistical driver of overall score, more than employer reputation or employment outcomes. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Likewise for which group are you?
She's on YouTube, I think.
Uh, I'm not sure, but if you're on YouTube,
Yes, we're here.
okay. So what group are you?
Group 50.
Okay, great. Can you mute if you're open on other device or another browser on a YouTube? Okay, so it's a great presentation, Karabo and Group 15. It's actually very important for anyone who's actually applying for different universities, Ivy Leagues, to actually understand and have their own perspective also from the analysis that comes in beyond what we hear on the internet. Well, of course, we know that the Ivy Leagues are the best, but then, realizing or double checking with these insights would be something also much important to see. And thank you for that. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Round of applause for group 15. We can now move on to the next group. As the next group gets ready, I'd like to appreciate the fact that this is a unique group where they have presented as a team and showing the teamwork as a team presentation. So are you in the same university? Are you presenting from your university? How did this happen?
We just bonded on Monday when lessons started. We were both attending the Orange Digital Center, and yeah, I saw that my colleague here was very he already has the background on Python and all that stuff, and I only have a background on my course was applied mathematics and finance, and I did a bit of data analytics. So he was the one who was helping me catch up throughout all these lessons. So then we bonded over this.
That's excellent. So are you a university student still on the applied mathematics, or have you completed it?
I completed it
That's
from the
excellent.
University of Botswana.
Okay, so University of Botswana is found in Gaborone.
Yes.
Great, great. Are you guys still on in Odyssey, Botswana?
Are we still in what?
Odyssey, Botswana, presently.
Yes. Yes. There's quite a few of us that showed up today.
That's interesting. That's interesting. Happy to know about this. I really recommend you keep on doing the data analysis as you come from mathematics background, which is taking a lot of. There is an echo. I might ask you to mute as I speak. So as you come from the applied mathematics background, which is going to help you a lot in model development and model tuning, hyperparameter tuning, and everything. It's ultimately mathematics. So, mostly machine learning models fall back to mathematics, and you have the heart of it. So I suggest you keep on learning to extend your knowledge into model development in machine learning and more. If you're planning to take the summer bootcamp, then that could be a real addition to you because as you keep on understanding and working on machine learning, the limits are the maths knowledge. The limits comes from there, and if you're already in the maths club, then this could be a good thing. Yeah. Thank you for team uh, 15, I think. Yeah. Team 15. It was excellent. And we now move on to the next presenters. If I could see them in the group. So I see Ruft, Rufta. Rufta, so you're on stage. Karabo, I'm putting you off stage. Yeah, Rufta, you might proceed.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hello. Can you also see my screen?
Yeah, everything is visible, you're audible, full screen, ready to go.
Okay, thank you. My name is Rufta Gaim. I'm from Mekelle, Ethiopia, and I will be representing my group, Group 22. And our title was of our project was data analysis and data visualization of retail sales data. So let's get into the presentation. Our main objective of the project was to perform an EDA on Superstore retail sales data to uncover sales trend, top performing categories, regions, cities, status, and also customer segments. And we translated those findings into actionable business recommendation. Okay. For our project, we used one data set from United States, which has 9,800 rows and also 18 columns. There was actually no duplicate rows, but we did have 11 missing values on the postal codes. So we filled those missing values with 0. We have also engineered the year, month, and month name fields to support time-based analysis. As you can see from our first graph, which was the monthly sales trend graph, actually the data was from 2015 up to 2018. From the graph, we saw that the sales show a clear upward trajectory over the 4-year period, growing by roughly $888 per month on average, with strong seasonal peaks on September, December, and also November. Those were likely tied to the back to school and also holiday buying seasons. From our next graph, we saw the graph of the sales by product category, and on the product category, technology is the highest selling category, narrowly ahead. There was the furniture and also office supplies. Those 3 categories were actually more evenly matched than a typical retail mix, with no single category dominating another. From our next graph, we saw the sales by region graph. And from the graph, we can see that the West region contributes the most sales, followed closely by the East. But the sales from the South lags noticeably at just 17%, suggesting that an underlying regional performance gap was worth investigating on the South region. From our next graph, we saw the top 10 cities by sales. We saw that the sales are heavily concentrated in a handful of major metros like New York City, Los Angeles, and Seattle leads the pack, with New York City alone generating nearly 1.5 times the sales of the next closest city, which is Los Angeles. We also saw the top 10 sales by the states. We saw California, New York, and Texas are the clear state-level leaders, together accounting for a disproportionate shares of total revenue relative to the other 47 states in the dataset. From our next graph, we saw the sales by the customer segment. The consumer segment drives the most revenue, nearly double the corporate, and also triple the home office, making it the clear priority audience for the marketing investment. We have also seen the top 10 revenue products. A single product, actually, the Canon image class 2200 advanced copier, generated around like $61,600 in sales alone, more than double the next best-selling item, highlighting an outsized dependency on one hero product. We have also seen the top sales by region and product category. Technology leads the industry, 3 of the 4 regions, in the East, South, and the West. But in the Central, we saw that it's almost the same. We have also seen that the West and East consistently outperform the Central and the South across every category, reinforcing that the regional gap is broad-based, not category specific. We have also seen a graph for the shipping mode preference by the customer segment. We have seen that the standard class is the dominant shipping choice across all 3 consumer segments, consistently outpacing first class, second class, and also the same-day combined. Combined assigned customers default to the cheapest option unless promoted otherwise. Our final graph was the monthly sales heat map by region. The heat map confirms that the West and the East stay consistently strong across most months, while the South is weak year-round, a persistent regional pattern, not a seasonal blip. And all regions spike in September, November, and also December. As we have seen from the graphs, our key findings was the sales trend was upward over time, growing with like about $888 per month, with strong peaks in September, November, and December. We have also seen that technology is the top category. The furniture and office supplies were also narrowly ahead. They were also narrowly ahead of the technology. West leads all regions, while South lags, a consistent year-round gap, not a seasonal. We have also seen that sales concentrate in a few markets, like New York City, LA, and Seattle. But we have also seen one product dominating the other products in sales. We have also seen that consumer segment drives most revenue, nearly double the corporate, and also standard class is the dominant shipping choice. From those key findings and all the graphs we saw, we recommend that we should protect and grow the West, but we still have to investigate why the South underperform. We need to investigate the pricing, distribution, and demand, because the gap is very consistent, not a seasonal thing. We also recommend to plan for a peak season, preparatory inventory and staffing ahead around the September up to December, because those times where the peak consumer consuming times. We also recommend double down on the top markets, like for local marketing on the New York City, LA, and Seattle, also on the states, California, New York, and Texas. We also recommend bundle technology products We recommend to pair the technology with the furniture and the other office supplies to lift basket size around the category leader. We also recommend that target the consumer segment because the most revenues were coming from the consumers. We also recommend to monetize faster shipping. Most customers' default shipping method was the standard class. A paid expenditure shipping upsell is a revenue opportunity. We also recommend to focus on the median. Use the median, not mean, for sales target. A few large orders, because a few large orders skew the average well above typical performance. So this is all about my presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Rufsa and the group 22 for creating a great insight in the sales industry. One of the critical important roles that the data analysts and visualizers are important is in this industry to have a data-driven decision. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As our time is going on, I'm going to move on to group 12. And as group 12 present, maybe can we send the final survey?
Oh,
Yeah, so you'd be having an exam after group 12's presentation because I don't see anyone else more. Group 12, I'm putting you on stage. Uh, So as group 12 present, I'm going to share you the final survey. So the final survey is not something graded, but for today, it's something that we're going to consider as an attendance that you're available today. So we're going to use the baseline survey as a starting point and the final survey as the ending point. And then we're going to see how you have changed, how the training actually supported you. And this is something also, there are questions that useful for us as of your inputs that you're going to write in the form. So we're going to use those to always improve from on our trainings. So there you go. I've sent out the final survey. Once group 12 present, after just few minutes, we're going to move on to the presentations. Okay, I mean to the exams. Yeah. So group 12, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. So we are going to present about the Superstore business, the business story, and where we go from here. Just a data-driven review of sales, profit, customers, and geography. So the story so far, 4 years of level data reveal a growing business with a profitability problem hiding in plain sight. So growth is real. From the data sets that we got, we can see that sales climbed from 2014 to 2017 at a 52% increase over 4 years. But growth is lumpy. Sales swing wildly month to month with a strong repeatable spike every November. Profit doesn't follow sales evenly. As we'll see, furniture sells nearly as well as technology, but earns a fraction of the profit margin. The business leans on a few pillars, a handful of states, a small core of loyal customers, and a couple of regions carry a disproportionate share of results. So we can see that sales have grown steadily. From the data sets that we are using, we can see that from 2014 to 2017, sales were growing steadily. After a dip in 2015, Sales grew every year, nearly reaching 735,000 USD by 2017. 2016 to 2017 was the strongest jump, roughly a 20% increase in a single year. This is a healthy top-line trend, but it only tells half the story. The next few slides show us it's far from a smooth ride. Underneath the growth, there's a bumpy ride. You can see that sales swing from over 115,000 to just to under 10,000 USD in a single month. The yearly total hides this volatility. The peaks keep getting taller each year, and they cluster at the end of each year. This isn't random, it's seasonal. We can see that every single year dips in January or February and then climbs through the year. November is consistently the strongest month across all 4 years. The 2017 red line sits above every prior year for almost the entire second half. A sign the growth is accelerating, not just repeating. November is the standout every time. We can see that November 2017 is the single strongest sell on the entire grid at 118,448. The darkest column overall is 2017. Nearly every month that year outperforms its equivalent in prior years. This predictable pattern is a planning opportunity for inventory, staffing, and marketing, which can be timed around it with confidence. Technology sells best, and furniture has a margin problem. So we have this sales versus category graph, and you can see that technology sells best, with furniture just following it. Technology leads on both average and order value and total profit. Furniture sells at a similar level to technology, but historically, as we'll see in the next slides, earns far less profit per dollar of sales. A margin issue, not a demand issue. Office supply sells the least per order, but does so consistently with smallest swings. Discounting is the likely culprit. Deep discounts, 50% and above, are strongly linked to losses across the whole data set. We can see that furniture sells well, but barely profits. We could see that in the this slide here. Furniture was selling very well, but it barely profits. Technology is both a top seller and the top profit driver, nearly 4 times furniture's average profit. Furniture has strong sales on this slide, but the lowest profit here, a sign of thin margins or heavily discounting. And we can see that the West and East carry the business. In this graph here, you can see that the West and the East carry the business, followed by the Central and the South as the last. West leads on both sales and profit. South sells the least, but Central, not South, earns the least profit, hinting at a discounting or cost issue specific to Central rather than simply low demand. We have also noticed that sales are concentrated in a few states. As we can see here, we have California, over 400,000 sales, and followed by New York. California alone brings in roughly 460,000, by far the single largest state. New York is a distant second at around 310, with Washington and Texas rounding out a small top tier. Most states contribute relatively little individually. The business currently depends heavily on a small number of strong markets like California and New York City. This concentration is a risk as much as a strength because growth in mid-tier states could reduce reliance on just 2 or 3 markets. Most customers choose standard shipping. Standard class accounts for roughly 60% of all orders, by far the default choice. Same-day shipping is rarely used, suggesting most customers are not highly time sensitive. This has a cost angle worth exploring. Since most customers already accept standard delivery times, there may be room to negotiate better standard shipping rates without hurting customer experience. Where we go from here, rein in deep discounting. Cap or review discounts above 30 to 40%, especially in furniture. This is the clearest lever on profit. Fix furniture's margin, not its sales. Sales volume is fine. Investigate supplier cost, discount policy, and shipping cost specifically for this category. Plan around the November peak. Pre-position inventory, staffing, and campaigns ahead of the recurring September to November ramp up seen every year. Grow beyond the top states. Test targeted marketing in strong but not dominant states to reduce reliance on California and New York alone. Build a loyalty program around the core customer group. Formalize retention offers for high frequency customers like the top 10. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. It's such an interesting presentation as we are speaking also. As you were speaking, we're also discussing the business side of Infnova, how sometimes sales is big, but you don't really have a profit. And technology companies are actually better in that side of it. But infrastructure-based companies would have a very challenge in that aspect because they have a lot of infrastructure that's coming in. Yes, so thank you for the great insights and presentation. This is what investors are looking to understand before they invest. This is what the corporate boards of companies are looking to understand before they do their next decisions. And this is the skills that we would like you to have as explaining data. Thank you a lot for group, I think 22. Was this group 22? No, it's not group 22. It's group 12. I'm sorry. Group 12. Thank you for the great presentation. So I would like to add some people to present. Okay, this is going to be the last presentation, I believe. Otherwise, I'm going to have to stop you on 5 minutes because we're approaching our time of the day. I thought we had enough time, so I didn't put the timer, but there you go. I'm going to time you. Please say your name, your group, and everything. You can start. You can see I'm going to start the timer. Hello, can you hear me? But your voice is a bit breaking. Hello. I'm not sure if you can hear me well, but the connection at your side might be not so well. Well, we're hearing a very broken sound. Chat, can you tell me if the voice is audible? Maybe if it's from Infnova side. Can you go ahead and write down if the voice is actually audible? Um, so the group presentation, I would have appreciated to listen to this, but the connection is barely audible. It's barely audible. I think it's the network, and it would have been a great presentation, but I'm sorry, we can't really hear anything. If there is any other group member that would like to support this group, that would be excellent, but otherwise, nothing is audible. Okay, so we had a bit of a connection challenge on the group presentation, and the time is also up. So let's have a bit of social media time as we also fill in the final survey. I've already sent the links in all the social media, but I'm going to do the same again. Um, so make sure that you fill in the uh, the final survey. Today's final survey is going to be considered as an attendance, all right? So um, if you don't fill in the final survey for today, it, we'd consider that you've missed the attendance for today. So please make sure that you fill in the final survey. And for those of you who have already filled in, please let's start sharing what we have learned on the social medias. And also, I'm going to share you the hashtags to use. Okay. If you have completed, I can see that, for example, Guta Damisu, you have completed. So please go ahead and share what you have earned from this training on the social medias. So I'm adding the hashtags to use so that we can also see you in Nova. Also, you can write art, you say art and mention us. There you go. I've sent out. I'm seeing a very low numbers of people filling in the final survey. But keep in mind that if you haven't filled in the final survey, then you don't have an attendance for today. So please make sure that you fill in the final survey correctly. Okay, for those of you who have filled in the final survey, I would like to know how many of you have shared about the training on the social medias and also tagged Infnova Technologies. Okay. Thank you for those of you who have linked us. Let's use 1 more minute for the social media break, and then we're going to send out the exams. 1 or 2 minutes, and then for the exam. So please get ready for your exam. Get set. The timer here is going to be very strict. As the exam completes, then we're going to close it. How many minutes for the exam, Dev? 30 minutes for the exam. So it's going to be strict. 30 minutes is including the challenge that you could face for the connection and everything. So make sure that you do it correctly. So we are going to send you the links. There you go. And also I'm going to share you, maybe if you prefer to use Facebook, I'm going to share you the Facebook link. Okay, so let me remind a few points regarding the summer boot camp, as some of you are still filling in the final survey. So for the summer boot camp, for the international students, we are going to send you a link for payment so that you can easily make payment using your MasterCard, international cards. But if you actually are paying with banks, then we're going to also send you a USD account. So payments are going to be in USD. You might as well translate as of the Pula in Botswana or the Liberian USD, but we're going to put it in the United States dollar. And so your discount would be including 10% discount. I mean 10 USD discounts. So for the full training, it's going to be 80 USD, and you'd have your 10 USD discounts. That's going to be 70 USD for the whole training. And for the online training, it's going to be half of it, which is going to be 40 USD. And if you are paying until the 13th, that's going to be 30 USD. Yes, so for the Ethiopian trainers, also the same thing. We have already announced about the training for the summer boot camp, and the prices are all updated on the site. For the full program, it's 12,000 birr, and online programs is going to be 6K. You may register on the bootcamp site, and the programs have been arranged in some places in the Skilo, Bole, and everything. So for the international students, if you are having challenge in the payment gateway, please send a text message to me right now, so that whenever the link is live, I'm going to send you a personal message, but only for the ones who are going to be sending the message right now. Please make sure to send the message to me if you're interested in taking part in the summer bootcamp. Yes, that's all. Dave, you can now send the exam. Once more, so some of you who would like to actually travel for the training, maybe Fifi could also organize this. Maybe you can create one group, and Fifi, you can share the group inside the community, and also I'm going to share it in Telegram and everywhere else. So you may connect and discuss on how to proceed with your accommodations and how you can do with a better price. Yeah. So Fifi would be creating that group. Fifi, you can communicate with me on the personal direct message. Okay, so as we're finalizing our exam, we're remaining a little above 13 minutes. Make sure to complete. And for those of you who have already completed, I have sent two forms in one message, which is the group project submission. So please make sure that you submit your project. Tell your group leader to submit. We're not expecting 14 times submission for each project. We're only expecting 23 projects to be submitted. Please make sure you do that. Tell your group leader to actually fill in, because we're expecting the group leader to be filling in the form. Right? So make sure that you do that. And also, I've sent a testimonial form. So the testimonial form is for those of you who would like to be spotlighted on our website regarding the training. So we're going to spotlight only 10 people. So make sure that you send a good picture of yourself. And if you would like to also share a video, there is a link on that site. You might upload a short video of regarding the training and how you found it. That would be spotlighted on the website homepage of Infnova Technologies, infnova.tech. Yes, that would finalize everything, but I'm going to send StreamYard for the last time as the exam goes on. If some of you would like to say a few words, there you go. I've sent a StreamYard link. You may join and also say a few words regarding the training, what was good, what should be improved, and all of that. Yeah, would be happy to hear from you. You can join the StreamYard and yeah. And also it's possible that you can write it down in the chat section, also in the WhatsApp, Telegram group, whichever way you prefer. How was the training? What was the best part of the training, and what's the things that shall be improved in this training so that you can even benefit more? So regarding certificates, certificates will be sent out in 2 weeks' time, as we have to process all of your data, your quizzes, your requests in email. Some of you have missed a couple of things and discussed with me in person, in text, and also in email. So this shall be considered. We need to do a lot of data analysis, right? And your exams results. And usually you miss a bit in your name, especially those of you who have missed have naming issues, like missing an alphabet and everything. We need to analyze that a lot so that we get the right trainees to give in certificates. So accordingly, 2 weeks from now, we'll be sending you your certificates. 2 weeks from now is going to be on you should expect it on the 27th of July. On Monday, we'll be sending out emails for your certificate on 27th of July. Please don't keep on creating dramas. Some keep on asking for the certificates extremely badly and very aggressively. So please don't do that. we'll be sending your certificates. We just want to know who's valid for certification. So as Infnova is also having other duties, that's why we're extending it to be on 2 weeks from now. And then you'd have your certificate. But if you're missing a lot of exams, a lot of quizzes and everything, then I don't really expect a certificate. Okay, that's what I wanted to say. Yeah, certificates will be sent out in your emails. So the email address that you've been using. Okay, that's where you should expect. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So thank you for all the good words that you're writing down. Thank you. It's been a great journey, said Saron. Thank you likewise, Saron. We really appreciate your effort. So we're getting our certificates 2 weeks after 2 weeks. Yes, on the 27th of July, you'll be getting your certificates by email. We appreciate all you did for this training. Thank you. Thanks a lot. And also, Kefle, I'm not sure if I'm saying your name correctly, but said I enjoyed the training. Thanks a lot. It was a great experience. It was a great training. I really enjoyed it. Thank you, Infnova, for the opportunity. Thank you likewise. Really appreciate your efforts sitting down for the fourth day, almost 4 day fulls. You've been here and putting in the effort. That was great. We really appreciate it. So thank you a lot for the good words. You both said Python is fun and was really inspiring. We really like the word that you said. I love it and keep it up. It was very beneficial as data science can say and encourage to continue working hard. That's great. We can see a lot of good words that you're giving us. So if you'd like to say words, I've added Goabone on stage. If you have something to say, you can as well say on the minutes that we are remaining with. So for those of you who have been sending us a message saying we haven't filled in the exam due to connection and due to power outage, we're going to extend the exam closing time for 5 more minutes. So make sure that you take the opportunity, maybe actually 7 minutes.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good afternoon. I would like to take this time to sincerely thank Nova, ODC, and the other partners for organizing this data analytics and visualization using Python training. It's been an insightful and valuable experience, and I truly appreciate the time and the effort invested by the facilitators in delivering the course. Through the course, I developed practical competency in data cleanup and analyzing data using Python. And what I appreciate most is that the skills are applicable to different fields. I saw that we have people from different fields in this training. I myself, I am a pharmacist who's transitioning into biomedical research. So I will be analyzing a lot of biomedical research data using Python. So this training was very helpful, and thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you. This is a good words that you've given us. This gives us a motivation to keep on doing what we're doing. And the fact that you would be applying this to further your knowledge in your biomedical classes is something quite exciting to listen to. This is very excellent. Thank you for the motivations and all the appreciations that you give us. Thank you, everyone else. So the exam will be open for 7 more minutes. Beyond that, we are going to end the stream. You have a good day.